Hello everyone, how are you all doing? Hope you're doing all fine. I am back again after a little bit of a hiatus. Well, just skipped one stream really, but still. Things should be all good now. And hopefully get some work actually done today. Starting things off a little bit on the early side, but that is just because I intend to stay around for a while longer. Let's see how this thing goes. There are a few things I'd like to talk about, but I'm gonna wait to see if anyone actually shows up. There are also some aspects where I would appreciate some feedback, some input from you guys. But once again, I would prefer that we give it a little time for people to show up. Sadly, the color here starting to die a little bit. Hopefully we'll be able to keep it alive long enough. To do its intended job. Have taken that into consideration. So Right. Let's just see if that will be gonna work well enough for us. Yeah, probably. The goal for today is figure out how to section off the main colors are going to be Everland Sunset and Wild Flesh. I do want to section them off as well as possible. But I do have some areas where I'm not entirely sure about how I want to go about. And I would like it if you were all to show up so you can advise. So, for instance, on the sleeve here, do I carry on with the yellow or do I mix in with the green? Sort of completely try and break up the monotony of colors. Also, there will be a splash of red every here and there. I'm gonna let this dry for now and move on to the other dude that I am pretty much certain on how I want him to go. So just sit right here at the midsection. We're taking into consideration the fact that the cloth isn't 100% flat, so there will be a little bit of extra motion contour. I'm not sure if I'm doing it right, but I am doing it nonetheless. Like that. I'm actually more inclined to break up the colors as much as possible for a little bit of extra fun. Yeah, it will make them a little bit more clowny. Then again, this is Blood Bowl, and I can allow myself to have some crazier. Hey Kaminsky, how you doing? I am beginning to undertake on the journey to paint up some Blood Bowl stuff. in preparation for the new edition, new rule set. And I'm going for a sectioned color scheme, so it's gonna be yellow and green. And I'm just debating on how much exactly do I want to break up the color scheme in between the dudes. For instance, the option here for this peasant dude, I'm considering to get the sleeve colored in green, then get this side green, and then this sleeve will be yellow again. And I'm just pondering if that won't make the color scheme too busy. But on the other hand, it will make it a little bit more interesting, I think. Because it will be difficult enough to make green and yellow interesting enough, like to stand out. Rugby stripes. That is actually gonna be a bit difficult for me. I was thinking more wider sections, but broken apart. Because I do want to keep sort of the knightly theme, as they are sectioned off mostly into squares from what I've seen. So I'm trying to go 50-50 in that regard. These are supposed to be representatives of Warhammer Fantasy nobility. Regardless of which of the two teams that they will be playing, because one option will be the Bretonnians from the old edition or the human nobility from the upcoming edition. But either way, they will be sort of knights and squires and all that. So I want to stick closer to the mismatched square. So usually you would have, in this case, it would be green, yellow, yellow, green. But just for ease of painting, I'm going to keep it a little less crazy. And I will also add a splash of red somewhere in the color scheme. For it is a existing scheme for Bretonnian teams from Warhammer Fantasy, which I was told is Averland. And unsurprisingly, I'm using Averland Sunset for the base of the yellow. I did consider base coating in brown, some sort of a lighter brown as undercoat for the yellow. But honestly, Averland Sunset is a pretty decent base coat, and I think that with a couple of coats, it'll work just fine, because I am painting over a very bright primer. So brown might actually be a hindrance. I won't really be able to do anything too interesting with the colors, unfortunately. I'm gonna wash the yellows with Reichland Flesh Tone, because I found out it really It gives it a really nice, warm shadow. And probably Drakenhof Nightshade for the green. To build in some nice deep shadows with a bluish tone. But apart from that, I'm gonna avoid building up the greens with yellows. Because I don't want to go radioactive green. So it'll probably be flesh tones and off-whites for the green highlight. Here you can see the horrible job I did of cleaning up the model, but that was done. Alrighty. Don't worry, I'll be here for a while. What to do with the underside of this. Painted black. Not really sure, but we've got a ways to go. But yeah, I think I'll probably end up breaking the sleeves off. Just yeah, I actually think that's alright. Now that I think about it, I could have actually gone for a square, but nah. Be fine as it is. Because it is a fine line between making things look way too tacky maintain some level of aesthetics. Even though I can technically afford a wilder approach. Now let's look at the other two. Thrower here. How do we go about him? Now I can do the underside of his armor to match the peasant, but the armor itself, I might paint metallic and then using the contrast medium I can go over it, create a different type of color, or I can just cross section it again. So he's a bit of a mystery, and the other one is the knight. Where we have pretty much the same issue. Hey agent, what's up? Yeah, my arm is not feeling too well today, so I'm gonna skip workout, and as long as I already skipped the stream, I decided I would just start a bit early on. Belia, blah, is up. What? We've already started sectioning things off, and I am wondering about a couple of things. All right. So on this guy, let me show you. So technically, he does have the exact same clothes as the peasant, but he does have this armor pad on the back and on the front. So what I'm pondering here is, should I section off the clothes that are underneath the armor panel and then paint the armor panel in metallic and then go over it with the colors diluted with contrast medium and just sort of tint the metal? Which is, the more I'm saying it, the more I think I'm gonna go that way. But I'm still a bit iffy. And then the coals here underneath. Well, that's actually not gonna be difficult. Yeah, that's not gonna... Effective is a problem with the entirety of the project because I'm not using any striking colors. Yeah, let's do that. I'm trying to not overcomplicate it, and at the same time I don't want it to be too simple. Like, I don't want it to be boring simple. I'm trying to strike up a medium, like a halfway point. Which is going to be a bit difficult. Ooh, also, for the next, at least for this week for sure, and I'll see if I can maintain it for future weeks. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'll be streaming some Blood Bowl. Because I'll try and do the Andy Davo thing. For the tabletop release. And then it's also a nice reason to play some Blood Bowl, some CCL. I'll see how much time I can afford to it. But if I'm starting a bit early, I think 2 games is going to be ideal. Depending on how quickly I play, we may go for 3 games per day, but we'll see. Not really sure on that yet. They are now in 2-minute turns, so games are supposedly a little bit faster. About an hour and a half-ish. I might be able to squeeze some more in, but we'll see how each day goes and so on. But yeah, tomorrow I'll start off with apart from that, Monday and Wednesday will still be painting streams as usual. Alrighty. I'll be here for a good while today because I do want to get some stuff done. Set things up for future painting streams. Yeah, I don't know if you heard the Kaminsky, but I will be playing some Blood Bowl on PC in the coming days as well. If you're at all interested. One of the dedicated Blood Bowl 2 streams have announced a competition on PC, the PC version on Steam. And the competition is that you can play in the official ranked ladder and get at least 10 games in, not qualify for the actual championship there, and then you can use the team that you have built up and developed for a separate knockout style competition, and the winner will get a copy of Blood Bowl 2020, the new tabletop edition, the starter, which is fun. I don't have a prayer about winning it, but it sounds kind of a fun competition, and it's a good excuse to play some Blood Bowl. So I think it might be fun to watch me fail miserably. I am a fairly shit coach. But I like the game, so it'll be fun either way. Try and build a couple of teams. And if we get any decent team within the 10 game minimum, or maybe push it a little bit further up to 40, we'll see. But yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays will be Blood Bowl days, and Mondays and Wednesdays I'll be painting. And we'll see how long I can maintain this schedule. But it shouldn't be too hard. Both are activities that I enjoy, that I consider to be kind of fulfilling in their own. So let's section off the night as well. The blitzer. I'll go straight down from here, here. And here, I guess. Something like that. This will probably be red. Going to end up a little bit clowny, I'm afraid, but if I manage to keep the red sufficiently subdued, which will be the exact opposite of what I was trying to do with the Goliaths. So with them, I wanted the red to be the most striking color. Here I will try and keep it more subtle, so that it doesn't overpower the red and the yellow and the green, which will be the actual main colors. Zero idea if I'll manage to do that or how I'll try and go about it, but we'll try. We'll see. And my Everland Sunset is on the verge of drying out. It's a shame. Either way, I am going to try and make this project overall simpler, but also, I don't know. I want to be able to make it stand out on the table, but at the same time, I don't want to spend a million years painting it. This is going to be mostly a challenge to keep it simple and effective. Something I've never tried before, just because I've always tried to do everything the maximum and experiment a lot of things. Here there won't be that much experimentation apart from the actual sections of color. Because of that, I'm worried that it might end up looking a little bit too plain. Not enough sizzle. So I kind of want to get through at least the base coating stage and see how it looks, and probably adjust some things along the way. Reason I'm going over all 4 of these dudes at the same time instead of just one to use as a test model is because there are multiple of each of these types of dudes, and so effectively all 4 of them will act as test models. Now admittedly the thrower only has 1 more, and the blitzers are 4 in total and the blockers are 4 in total, but I have something of a guideline for each and every one of them. Should make the rest go a lot quicker. So this is pretty much the conceptually creative part. When I'm done, the rest will be pretty much paint by numbers based on what I was able to pull off with these 4. Which means that there won't be a lot of diversity between them. Not something I'm extremely happy about. But at the same time, it'll get them done. I do have the tendency to overcomplicate things and spend way too long on a single model without that actually reflecting in quality. Just anything visibly different. I just make things unnecessarily difficult for myself. I am still at the stage where I don't know what my actual tools are, skills-wise. And so I jump into all sorts of stuff to see what works well, what works easy to implement, what works effectively. I just don't have a set number of things that I'm sure that work well and just stick to them and develop them over time. Which is what's the main reason why it's taking me a million years to pull off a single model. But we're working on that. I did a lot of black lining on the Goliaths for Necromunda. And the sculpts here, I don't see anywhere that screams black lining. I think simple shading will suffice. Metallics will be... Hey, yep, just taking a breather. Taking a step back and trying to see if it's going the way I want it to go, even though it's a very, very early stage to say anything at all. But yeah, this is, I think you can get the overall impression of what we're going for. So we got yellow here and here. Basically vertical sectioning, not so much horizontal. Just the sleeves I'll break up. The blockers will be the simplest, it would seem, to pick apart. And the cowls they all have, like every single model has some sort of a cowl on their neck, and that is what's going to be the red detail. Which I will somehow have to tone it down so it doesn't overtake the other two. I could have done the belts red, but that will... So red will inevitably, in this color scheme, be a focal point. And I wanted to keep it higher up vertically and not in the center of the model. So I think the calls will be a good call. Although for the blitzers, that would mean the entire, this whole long thing. So that's not ideal, but that's just how the model is built, I think. I can't think of any other way. Chaos Marauders. Oh, which ones? If you have a link. I can check them out. Is that the Frostgrave one that you were mentioning before? Right, let me check again. If I were to make a Norse warband, what models would I need? I kind of fell back on this a little bit. Bands. This is the basic one, right? Yeah, that's the basic. Yeah, that's the basic. New form. Additional rules. Can't really find them. Blemishes. Damn it, I keep forgetting where. More time rosters. Interactive warband sheet. Is that it? No, it's not. Oh, okay, thanks. Yep, okay. Chieftain, Seer, Condemned, Champion, Marauder, Warhound, and Spawn. Okay, so these are not technically Norse, or are they? One Seer, one Condemned. Two Champions. Marauders. Alright, I'll keep that as a reference. I mean, these are technically easy. You can actually, I think you can build them from GW, from Age of Sigmar stuff. Nice. Yeah, alright. I'll check them out. I don't want to find a warband that I can use the Warcry Untamed Beasts on. But I don't think they have a good equivalent in more time. Although maybe these Marauders are okay. Just a second and I'll check this out. Oh, that's great. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, great. Oh, man. Sweet. Yeah, thanks a bunch of that for that. So that way I'll actually be able to combine. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, that is great. Because that way I'll be able to have both warbands for Warcry and for Mordheim if we get around to play it, and that'll be great. Sweet. Oh yeah, man. That's great. Thanks a bunch. Meanwhile, the Old World Alliance box finally came in. So now I have the halflings that I needed for the human team, and a whole Old World Alliance as well, which I think might be fun to play. Probably very frustrating, but they might be fun. And it's also a good opportunity to just paint some out-of-the-box Games Workshop stuff. I actually haven't done that in a while. Always trying to avoid just having the basic models. Every now and again having something that's from their release isn't at all bad. I might actually have to start thinking what to paint after the Brits. We do have confirmation that Eurobow will be using the 2016 rule set. So we could go the stunty, the stunt way of the stunty, which means I will have to sort of prioritize the ogres at some point. But I think I'll be able to squeeze in another project in between the Bretts and the ogres. It's on the Facebook page of for the Eurobowl. It was in one of the comments, someone asked, and one of the organizers confirmed it. Not sure if they'll at any point retract that statement. But they shouldn't. I don't think there are any. I should have saved it, but I just skimmed through it. Well, it wasn't a large statement, it was a post made by just someone where they submitted a couple of questions, and in the comments to that post, the organizers confirmed. The rule set. So again, official is a bit of a stretch, but for now it's about as close to as we can hope for. I mean, it's not even confirmed whether or not Eurobowl will take place next year. So anything they say is subject to change, I'm gonna assume. But if I dig it out, I'll share it with the group. Oh, let me turn on. I always forget to turn on Discord. I keep forgetting that I have one. Gotta love Ireland Sunset though. That is one good ass yellow. But like I mentioned, I don't really have an idea on how to build it up in any particularly attractive way, so it's just gonna be a simple build up with warm shadows and cold highlights. And the green will work the other way around. It'll have cold shadows and warm highlights. For maximum contrast. Or at least that's the idea. The yellow might use another coat at some point, but for now I'll move on to the green, just to start so that we can start seeing how it'll come together at some point. I'm not particularly keen on the green that I'm gonna use, but I think it's gonna work. bit too muted to my taste. And since it's gonna be a main color, I would have wanted it to be a bit more vibrant, but the next level of vibrancy is this, which is just too much. So I'll be working off of this one. And the camo green I just don't necessarily like for a green. I would like to use it as an additive, like a shadow or a highlight, but certainly not as just in itself. Maybe an undertone. This is the first time I ever am sectioning. So if I'm doing something painfully wrong, I apologize. Spilled over the yellow, so that'll have to be cleaned up. And for now, I'm just slapping it on to get a basic idea of what's happening. This midsection is bothering me. Have to get a. It'll probably end up being brown, which is boring, but. Yeah, this is basically what we're looking at in terms of overall color theme. Something like that. Of course, the green doesn't show up yet. It's, yeah, even though it's a base color, coverage is kind of shit. Probably gonna end up requiring more layers than the yellow, which is very weird. It's what it is. For now, let's just put color on, get a taste for how it's going to look. Not too shabby. Going to be super difficult to clean up any of the colors. Well, the yellow will be very tough to clean from any green spills. I'm trying to be as neat as possible, but mistakes are inevitable. Especially since for whatever reason I have a bit of a broader brush stroke today. Particularly accurate. Green first, then yellow. It doesn't matter. Actually, no, it was probably better to go yellow first, but just leave more of the yellow so that I have the capacity to fill in the green, sort of step over it. But it'll be fine. A bit more work for sure, but it'll be fine. Now I'll just take a real quick break. And I'll be right back. Yes.
Let's drift to a place where we undigitize. We'll stand face to face, become humanized. Let's unplug from here, mental redesign.
And I'm back.
Stare eye to eye, connect mind to mind. Reclaiming time as love is amplified. Whole system shutting down and lost beneath the sound. We're leaning in and whisper our countdown.
Why do they take so little? Keep forgetting I'm actually batch painting. Technically.
Everything shut down, surrounded by the sound.
Pencil line. I thought about it, but I remember I used to watch videos on painting Space Marines with sectioned color schemes, and all of them didn't have a like a black line separation. It's always just both colors are the actual separators. But as you can see, I draw a straight line so to help the separation, and then just messily paint the rest. But yeah, I did consider it. I thought about brown, I thought about black, but I think that would actually detract if I did it. I'm not sure, like I said, this is the first time I'm attempting this this kind of a paint scheme, so I am in no way suggesting that I'm doing this the optimal way. Light gray. But I will have to paint over it anyway. I don't know. Maybe. Cover small mistakes. Yeah, you're right. I just think that it'll look better if it's straight color into color. Because again, that's just how I've seen it done mostly. They will be interwoven. Like if this is it's when you have such patterning, it's not actually the two pieces of cloth being sewn together. It's either that they are painted, like dipped into a vat of paint, half and half, or they're just woven directly, and you just change the wool. So you actually wouldn't have a separating line. And yeah, these are I am considering these to be test models, so I'm just using all 4 of them because the different aspects that each type of model has to itself. But they are subject to change and interpretation before I get to the others. Oh yeah, absolutely. Post away. Whoa, that's a big one. All right. Oh, nice. Is that oh, damn it. The big 40K board game. Shadow Sphere, Shadow. Dear God, my brain is completely out of my brain. But this looks awesome. Is this brushed on, or did you use an airbrush for the flame? Blackstone Fortress, yeah, that is what my brain was trying to get to my mouth. Brushed on, dude. That's awesome. Like, even zoomed in like this, you can barely tell where one color starts and the other ends. Like, this is a massively good blend. Really nice stuff, dude. Real sweet. Thank you so much for sharing. That's awesome. Well, I can't do it at all, so I'm definitely not one to talk, but oh yeah, yeah. Absolutely, just give me a second, because I still have some paint on my brush here. Just make a quick pass. Oh, no worries, man. Absolutely spam away. Don't worry at all. This isn't... We are here to share and enjoy what we're doing. I'm not under any time constraint to finish this project, so... We're just chilling and sharing our hobby projects and hobby time. All good. Yeah, Blackstone Fortress really has some cool models, doesn't it? Only problem is if you want to actually collect the whole thing, it's insane. But yeah, this is very cool. And again, the flesh, I really like. This is something I always kind of struggle with. To get shadows that are pronounced and yet they don't look penciled in. They don't look like just lines. They blend into the highlight of the flesh. This is something I always struggle with, and I really like how it's coming along on your side. Purple with flesh tone. Yeah, but still, it is the devil is in the details, right? So it's about how much of it, and to glaze it, and it's definitely not an easy thing. Is the point I'm trying to make. I think that's normalized. I think that's probably one of the following non-metallic metals. Flesh is probably the hardest thing to paint, I think. Well, I think that's kind of unavoidable. Just due to the pigments of the paints that we use for flesh tones and for the highlights of them. Oh, really? How is it? How is it coming along? Because that's something that I'm going to have to try at some point. I wanna give it a shot, but it's a science in and of its own, and it requires a bit of a different. Ah, nice to hear. Oh yeah, for sure. Like every single reflection, secondary reflections, um, color shifts due to the reflections, whether or not you want to include the colors of the surrounding areas and surfaces into those reflections. Again, just this is and that's just me not even having tried it, just seeing people do it. The freaking science in and of its own, and the importance of it on a small scale model is just, I think, negligible, and so I currently avoid doing it. Let's take a quick look. Oh, you got Thanos! Sweet. Oh yeah, yeah, I can see. Coming along real sweet. Yeah, this looks good, man. Oh, especially the backside. Yeah, yeah, I can definitely get the vibe of it. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You can, especially like this, so from a little bit you can get the vibe for a metallic sheen. Real nice. I think I may have something. No, there was a really simplified tutorial somewhere in Ivory. Yeah, so simple color combo, but again, it's how much you put it and where you put it, right? Again, devil in the details, damn it. So there was, but someone shared it with me, and I completely lost it, and now I'm pretty pissed about it. Essentially, the main geometric shapes and how they reflect in and how they look in a reflective with a reflective surface. and it was a very nice starting point if you can break down what you're doing into simple shapes. But I just lost it, and since it wasn't on my mind at the time. Tea next time? I did. I finished it. Why am I starting to clear my throat too much again? Is my voice disappearing and going all rickety again? Yeah, sorry. Alright, let me just type in something real quick. Right, sorry about that. Because little kitten was at the doctor's today, and I'm just trying to follow up and see how he's doing. I gave him away today, so the lady that rescued him came to pick him up. And she's taking him to the vet before introducing him to her other cat. He's still too tiny to get vaccinated, but it'll happen soon. So back on the Blood Bowl topic, I think I'm gonna try with humans and Bretonians. Maybe if I'll get the time, I can try ogres as well. But ogres will be last. Just because I kind of want to try to win it. Like, I'm gonna try hard it a little bit. Although there's no chance in hell that'll happen. But again, I'll give it my best. Little though it may be. I'm actually pretty excited to start playing BB2 again. To get to the final, yeah. So again, it's just play your games in CCL. Don't qualify. Inside the races. No, no, no. It's just gonna be straight knockout. Like, Andy hasn't released any additional details for the for how the actual tournament will take place, but I think it's gonna be just a random. No, so I can't do the pure bash teams. I can't do. That is the only restriction. So Chaos, Chaos Dwarf, Orc, Nurgle are not allowed, and that is his way of trying to shift the overall meta. Because he did some statistics, and it turns out that there were about 7,000 games played with, what was it, Chaos, as opposed to 500 played with Pro Elf in CCL last season. And in an attempt to add variety to the meta, he introduced this. Because that way there will be more coaches playing different races. And it's not exactly just the bash, it's more along the lines of the teams being sturdier, and so being more conducive to a stable development so that they don't explode at some point. Like just one rough game and half your team just disappears. Which is something we've all experienced with the lower armor teams. Which is cool, because I wasn't, like, I was contemplating Norse. Because it's my most recent. I feel the most, from the teams that I've played so far, I feel the most comfortable with Norse. But armor value 7, I fear I'm not gonna get a good team. So at least AV8. And try and get them to a decent place. Development wise, like the wins and losses really don't matter. I just want to get a decently developed team. Maybe a couple, and then have the ability to choose when the tournament comes around. It's gonna be at the end of the season, and I checked that the season ends like mid-December or something, so there's a lot of time. I was under the impression that CCL seasons are like 3 weeks. Or something along those lines, but for whatever reason it seems that they are all the way up to December 20th, maybe even. High Elves, the problem is I've never played High Elves. as they age well. Yeah, I guess. Again, I would play them. I just really, for whatever, somehow I don't like them. I don't know why. I don't. And B, I've never played them, so I wouldn't really try with a team I have no general concept about. I have only played a few games with Bretonians, but at least I have some concept of what they do. Humans I've played quite a bit. Not well, but still, I've played them quite a bit. And ogres would be just a crazy experiment, but I probably would. Maybe I'll try Norse rather. Ogres. And I could go ogres for next season just for fun. Because they don't have the runt punter in Blood Bowl 2, so it won't really be a good representation, even in 2016 rules. There's no fun in Blood Bowl. Only suffering. Yeah, it's gonna be a challenge. And those 2-minute turns definitely won't help the situation much. I play slow enough as it is. And it'll take a while to adapt to the 2-minute turns. But again, I am looking at it from a good place. His excuse to play badly. Oh, not necessarily. In my case, it's more of a just matter of fact rather than an excuse. But who knows? Maybe the accumulated expertise will allow me to play better. Or maybe I'll just be shit. If you have time and headphones, you are welcome to join me as a co-caster and yell at me for all the bad plays I pull off. If you feel like it, then. Because I fear from previous experience with streaming Blood Bowl that I tend to be kind of silent. Like I get distracted by the actual game and forget to commentate or express my thoughts constructively. No, like after the fact kind of thing. Also, in CCL it's allowed. In CCL no one's gonna give you grief about it. This isn't Rebel. But it is just like common sportsmanship not to give advice to upcoming play. But after the fact, you can always chastise me about why did I do this first and why did I do that second and why did I not notice this obvious surfing opportunity and things like that. Why I need phone? Headphones, like for the mic. I mean, if you have just a comfortable setup about it, is what I meant. Again, just throwing ideas around. Okay. Sure. Yeah, the Discord will be the preferred method of communication. No problem. Still, if you think you can have fun with this, uh, you're more than welcome to join up with it. I think it might be fun. I don't know. I am just kind of excited about the whole thing. I'm just being a little like I'm just looking forward to it. Not even any particular reason. Like I was thinking about playing CCL anyway. Sure thing. Okay, bon appetit, the Kaminsky, and have fun. I saw another one of the painters on Andy Davo's stream who also got excited like I did. Schmutz Lee. I don't know if you've come across him. He usually comes around the Pigeon Squirters stream. And it's kind of interesting to see other cross sections of interest with painters, like people that predominantly paint instead of play. I mean, yeah. Again, I've mostly come across them during Pigeon streams. But it did sound like that was bringing it into Blood Bowl, which was kind of nice. Will you be able to use the orcs you got for Black Orcs team? Or do you just have the four Black Orcs? Just the four, okay. Well, 2 is more than enough. You usually... Ah, yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You would need, what, 5 at least for a Blackworks team. Which reminds me, I might actually have to pick up some goblins. And some black orcs. Damn it. But they do sound like an interesting bash team. With Grab and Brawler. And with the thick skull goblins. But anyway, there is. They become a thing. Because I was still following the Bonehead podcast and the tournament build that they are now suggesting for the leaked teams. Helmet seems to be getting better in the new rules. He's been given Pro for the chainsaw. So my never-ending quest to make him work well in the team might actually come true with the new edition. Oh yeah, absolutely. I should be okay over the weekend. If that is good for you. Just gonna have to see if the new wave of lockdown is going to affect game stores. Because they are locking down a lot of venues again, so all the clubs and bars and stuff are again going under lockdown or being closed. But if not, like over at my place is always an option if again if it's alright with you and all that. Yeah, I'm definitely down. I am down to play. '31st and 1st, so that is this weekend, right? Okay, that's great. So again, I will just need a couple more days to get an idea about what up. Or we can do it Friday evening as well. Okay. We'll figure it out. I might quickly put halfling together and try to humies. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know why I was left with that weird impression that they had a different skill set. May have been looking at a different team. But what team would that be? Or maybe it was a suggestion somewhere, I don't know. No idea. Yeah, somewhere I saw them with brawler instead of block and armbar instead of tackle. But apparently that was either superseded or I was just left with a wrong impression somehow. It was probably someone suggesting it as a possible change as opposed to an actual change. I don't know. But right now they are pretty much the same as they are. I think that they are a little bit more expensive than they used to be. So in a 1000 build, be a bit harder to fit more positionals. But that is probably the extent of it. Loner 5+? Shit. Yeah, but have you ever seen anyone foul with a death roller? Although now they might. And give him sneaky get. Sure, Joe. Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. But that loner though, that's massive. 5+. Ah, Jimmy Fantastic. Yeah, I actually watched him just before I started streaming. I did see he is playing a dwarf team, but I didn't see the death roller. Maybe maybe he was already sent off. And before that, I was watching another dwarf coach, but he was min-maxing his TV. Um, so he did not include Okay. Yeah, so I wouldn't think he would have just picked up. I've been seeing this happen more often lately, and I kind of like that. Rick Reckless played a Chaos team with a Mino. No problem, really, if you just color code the bases, I think it will be fine. Like, it is a brand new team anyway, so we don't have a reference of, like, being used to the models. It shouldn't be as confusing, actually. Still transparent here near the creases, so I'm gonna give him another coat. And I will do some extra cleanup after it. But right now, I just want to get the colors blocked in. Get an idea of what we're working with. Oh, that's nice. Must have skipped that one. And that would be cool considering they do lose a blitzer, right? So they only have the one now. So the rat ogre can actually work as the blitzer. Mutant rat ogre. Is he different in any way? Because I think all rat ogres have access to mutations anyway. It's not like the troll where only the underworld one can have mutations. Which is why he's a warp stone troll. Primary access to M. What's M? Might? Strength. He did have already. To mutations. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Oh, so it's not a double. Okay. Skaven ogre on. Okay, gotcha. That's pretty nice, actually. Mutations. Yeah. Oh, yeah, just. Yeah. Brain farted for a moment there. Well, that's cool. You can get him to claw pretty quickly. Not a double. Gotcha. Yeah. It's gonna take a little while to change the vocabulary. Align it in new way. So far, I'm getting a good vibe from these guys. Pretty okay, I think. Here, the green can probably go a little bit more to the left. Oh, I'll fix it later. Well, there's nothing else. Yeah, there's just... you mean in terms of skills and access, okay. Oh wait, you know what? No, this one I'll do the... Yeah, okay, that's the... sorry, I'm just talking gibberish a little bit. I thought you were referring to... you were still talking about the game. But a one-off game, right. Right, so now I'll place the red accent. See how that looks. And the only place where it might be a little out of place will be the blitzer, but we'll see how that works. The others I'm pretty okay with. fact, I think it's time to switch to a polymer. Nah, let's keep the big. Or not. Ooh, I haven't watched that one. Did you get your brushes, by the way? Nope. Okay. Right. Right, so that's essentially what we will be looking at. As you can see, it's still kind of striking, but I'll go over it with a few washes and I'll knock it down. Should end up. Just to complete Everland color theme, and this will also act as the quote-unquote splash of color that I will mute down so it doesn't distract from the rest. Should work decent enough. And I am painting them horrendously out of proper sequence. For instance, I should have painted the flesh before I did this. But I just really want to get a good idea, just a guiding line. On what the model will look like. And the following ones I will do in proper order and paint by numbers and all that. So I'm alright spending a little bit more time back and forward on these initial eyes. The color on paper, that's interesting. Um, oh, okay. That's not a bad idea actually. Yeah, especially if you don't have a perfectly thought out color scheme. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. That is a useful tip for sure. And like for this one, I was just pretty sure about which colors I wanted. I'm just not really sure where I wanted them. And this is why I'm smashing them all around right like this, um, as I'm trying to get an idea of them. But for instance, the next maybe not maybe not for the warband, but for dwarves and orcs and ogres for sure, I will need some. Um, that will come in handy because I don't have anything thought out. And it would be an interesting thing to just play around one stream with different color combos and uh, figure out what goes well with what and establish an idea. I am also looking for naming themes for most of the teams. Like, I have nothing for dwarves, I have nothing for orcs, nothing for ogres, for chaos, for Skaven. Effectively, the only ones out of the ones that I have currently, the Bretonians, I already have a team name and player names, but I'm pretty much out. Chaos. I have names for the team and the players, but I have no idea about the color scheme. So there is quite a bit to think about. Hidden is all good. For those of you who were wondering. And this is the model where the red will probably be a bit too much. Fortunately. But I think I'll be able to make it work. Also, more red ties into his functional role as a positional, being a blitzer, usually denoted by red, so might be alright, but I'm mostly just making up reasons after the fact rather than. Names are not my strong. No worries. Something will come up. Something will come. The reason I'm raising this as a topic alongside the color theme is because sometimes when you get the theme of the names, it kind of helps suggest um, the color scheme, like it was with the humans. Like I knew that I wanted to give them the color. It was the other way around with them actually. I knew the color scheme and I adapted the names to sort of match it. So sometimes it works. In this case, there's no connection whatsoever. Because the name, the theme of the names is a combination between Knights of the Round Table and cereal, boxes of cereal. These are of the cereal knight, and that doesn't tie in any way into the color scheme. But it is something I had already thought out a long time ago. I keep a spreadsheet with the names of the teams I have. Yeah, so yeah, it's this theme. Whatever I will be using it for. And the new team's supposed to be Imperial. Yeah, well, if I think of anything, I will adapt it depending on what I play them as. But for now, I'll stick to that. I'll actually show you the spreadsheet in just a moment. I also renamed the team for the humans, because Howling Hunters was way too serious for the player names that I give them. So I rebranded the team as Nordic Normies. Serial Knights, yep. I will show you all of the names in just a moment. Right. Oh. Yeah, it kind of works. Horrible. Alright. Did I hide them? There it is. Right, so here we go. This is the human team and the Bretonnian team, the Serial Knights. We've got Lancelot Shredded Wheat, Gawain Cocoa Pebbles, Geraint Waffle Crisp, Percival Captain Crunch, Boris Cocoa Puffs, Lamorak Honeycomb, K Cheerios, Gareth Golden Odies, Bedivere Rice Chex, Gatherus Weetabix, Galahad Product 19, and Tristan Cornflakes. And the dark elves, of course, being the industry elves with cyberpunk name generator and industrial band. The Norse being the Notori Ice Crew with Wicked Willy, Evil Edward, and so on. And the Animetal Cripplers, which are supposed to be the Chaos team, but that is subject to change. I'm not too fond of that, like Trigun Gargoroth and Cowboy Bebop Obituary and stuff like that. It's a bit too dumb. But I gotta figure out Orcs, Dwarves, Skaven, Amazons, Ogres, and Old World Alliance. So there's quite a bit to go. What's this? Yeah, nice. Sweet. Topical. Yep, pretty much exactly. The idea. The problem with the serial nights is that I only managed to find 12. I think there's a 13th night. Oh, and I actually don't have Arthur. So yeah, if we include Arthur, that will be the 13th. There. Because Bretonia will have a bench, and I need to have more names. So let's paint the little bits of flesh that we have. And I'm just gonna go ahead and base them with Bugman's Glow. Yeah, I used Wikipedia as the fastest reference on the legend. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, because there is the main round table, and then there are some extensions, so to speak. From what I found out, I might be wrong. But yeah, if anyone watching has any ideas regarding color themes or team themes, please do share them, at least as a general guideline. Or else I'll just ponder them myself. The wiki shows a great number of names. Well, I don't know, maybe I've been watching something different. But yeah, there were quite a few, honestly. 21, holy shit, okay. So I need to extend the list a little bit more. Because yeah, I think that Bretonians will have at least 2 bench for league play. Although I don't think Bretts will see any leagues anymore. I will extend it a bit much. And maybe 50. So. And I have Winchester mains with 24. Holy shit. Okay. So yeah, like I said, there are extensions. I think there were 12 main, and then everything else is additional. I may be mistaken again, but no. Who knows? What you call main? Well, yeah, you're right. I guess the first wave. Oh, so okay. Even when they're different. Yeah, okay. Either way, I do not pretend to be a much of a knowledge holder on the matter. I just opened up a wiki and copied some names. That was a while back. Considering how long ago I got the models. And it's really nice to actually see them get some paint for all this time. So I'll take another little quick break to refill my water and walk around a bit. We'll be back with some flesh and browns and who knows, maybe even some metallic. Stories depend upon numbers of nights, ranging from only a dozen to as many as 100. Holy shit. Edivir, Gawain, and Kay are the oldest characters. Yeah. Okay, they are in the list, by the way. Associated with Arthur, Gawain was one of those persistently most popular alongside Percival and Tristan. Them featured as protagonists. On a hero in multiple works on the chivalric Roman genre. Other well-known members include Galahad, yes, of course, the Perfect Knight. Yep, all cool. Right, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. back I am. Okay, what's this? Extra info. So the romance is also told by knights of the old table of Arthur's father, previous ruler Uther Pendragon, as well as of the Grail table, belonging to the followers of an early Christian Joseph, Arimathea, centuries earlier. Yikes. Okay. Nice. Honestly, the majority of my knowledge on the topic comes from a very old series, Merlin. If you, I think we have discussed it a while ago. We've mentioned it at the very least, which is very much not in any way canon. You can, yes. But if nothing, it was really entertaining. It was weird how they used their swords, holding them by the blade, but I think it was confirmed that that's actually a thing. That is the majority of, that is my main source of any Arthurian era knowledge. You can pretty much guess how little it has to do with anything. And allow me to take a moment to once again say how much of a pleasant experience it is to paint models that are simpler details wise. Excalibur from 1981. It rings a bell, but I do not recall anything from it. I will give them all some sort of pants. I've seen some of them being painted as having naked legs, but I will give them something. Flesh is mostly just minuscule here and there. Mostly under the helms, and that's gonna be a bitch to paint. And that is just how they came, so they're one piece. So there really was no way to make it easier on myself. Although, let's face it, even if there was a way, I would probably still have built them the same way and struggled where I am right now. No, sadly. Who's in it? Was that the one with Sean Connery? Where he was king? No, I think that was Lancelot. Or no, it was. Wait. The one with Sean Connery was. Oh, damn it. Again, it was one of the knights, not Galahad. There was an animated series. The knight that wasn't a knight. He didn't come from a knightly. Oh, blast me. Willow, not Willow. Oof. I really hate it when my brain just completely evaporates any sort of content. Ivanhoe! Ivanhoe, god damn it. I think it was Ivanhoe with Sean Connery. I'll check this one out though. That is from 50. Wow, okay. So not even close. Is in Technicolor. Is Technicolor still a thing? I think it's still used there. I recall seeing it in the end credits of some fairly contemporary movies. But yeah, on the topic of the details and stuff, I'm already painting the fourth color on 4 models And if you remember, the base coating parts of the Goliaths, it was essentially a single color across 5 models for 3 hours. So it just goes so much faster and so much easier, actually. And therefore a lot more pleasant. With that said, there will be a bit more work to make all of the surfaces stand out in terms of shadows and highlights. It is an improvement, definitely. Even with the smoke breaks. Yeah, I mean, again, it's down to the actual model. It doesn't have that much stuff on it, and yet you can still that each of them has its own character. Like, it doesn't suffer from from being too plain in any way. So I'm going to give them tights from Xandri Dust. Because they are medieval, they are men, and therefore they will be in tights. Wherever possible. For instance, this guy, obviously wearing tights. I was recently reminded again, Men in Tights, yep, about, to be precise, yes indeed, about Mel Brooks's movies, and I might do I might binge them, like get a hold of all of them and see how well they stand. Like Men in Tights, I've seen so many times it's a bit redundant to watch it again. But I haven't seen Spaceballs in a while, and History of the World Part 1 is always a joy. And it turns out he's actually into some other newer movies that are not exactly this in terms of stylistics. Yeah, Spaceballs is gold. For instance, Get Smart, which was one of the better spy comedies of recent times, actually has he actually does that well. I don't think it's necessarily directed by him, but he is part of the managerial cast, so to speak. And there's quite a few things also that are pretty stylistically different from what we've been accustomed to from him. Dracula Dead and Loving It, absolutely. Leslie Nielsen, one of my very favorite slapstick comedy actors. He did pass away, sadly, but that was many years ago. Well, not many years ago, but quite a few. And yeah, Leslie Nielsen movies are worth a binge watch on their own. Even the series, if you've ever seen them, the um, Records of Police Files, was it? Essentially, there is a small series on which the Naked Gun trilogy is based on. Police Squad, Records of Police Squad. And I thought it was the other way around, but apparently not. Series came first and then the movies. Either way, it's a great combination. Leslie Nielsen, Mel Brooks, and yeah, they're kind of they're kind of niche. Like, they don't come up all that often, and I had to dig around quite a bit to find them. They're only like 12 episodes or something. Like, it's a very short series, has a very short run. But by watching them, you wouldn't guess that they came before the movies. Like, they are decent. They're very decent. Yes, that was one of his. I think he doesn't speak in that movie. No, he does speak, but it's a serious role he's playing there. And he is criminally young. Like, I think he even has dark hair there, which is something you don't necessarily associate him with. It was from before he got his slapstick fame, comedic fame. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't think of him having black, dark hair, would you? Imposter! And also the Abrams movies are pretty cool, meaning the Hot Shots and a few others. The name of like Airplane and these older ones. Like that, this whole combination is a very refined selection of really cool, old school, absurd comedies. That I really like. Every few years or so, I will come back and I'll go back to them and rewatch them just for shits and giggles. And they stand up, like they still hold up to this day. Airplane is a bit slower paced, because I think it's the oldest one of all of them. But it still slaps hard. Do I? Oh yeah, with the Shirley bit. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, they embed themselves in your brain. It's just inevitable. Either way, they are a good list of movies. perfect to unwind, just have a laugh. Because there are very few things that can draw out like a sincere laugh. And I think these are one of them. Ones of them, anyway. I should pick out some movies to watch, by the way. I haven't seen anything again from a while, and I'm gathering around some suggestions. I have a few, but I've been mostly watching Blood Bowl streams lately. Because I had to, while taking care of the kitten, I really couldn't focus to watch anything. Oh, I rewatched Slayers, the old anime, the first season of it. And it's pretty much as I remember it. Like, it's cute and inoffensive in any way. I actually have it up on my wiki to watch it in sequence, but I don't think I'll have the strength to watch all of it again. Because there are like three or four seasons of it. And then there are the movies and the OVAs. Yeah, it's a very, like, I want to say inoffensive, but it's just a very light watch. It doesn't bother you, it doesn't keep you glued, but it's not boring or bland at the same time. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's showing its age. Let's say it like that. But it's a relaxing watch. But there is just a bit too much of it. Yeah, maybe this weekend sit down and some movies, maybe Excalibur. There was an older one. There was a French movie that someone suggested I watch with what's her name? Marion Cotillard. Brazil is actually on my hard disk. I downloaded it, and a few times I actually had other references made to it, just completely unrelated. So yeah, that's definitely on the list as well. It's not gonna be a bad idea actually to sit down, watch some stuff. Definitely. And I did download the actual, like the original cut, the long one, not the one that's cut up, shortened to get a happy end. To get the better experience of it. Yeah, you didn't make that note when you first mentioned it, so I took it to heart and tried to find the original cut. I'm being a bit too sloppy with these colors though. That's okay, I'll clean. More importantly, blocking in the colors is proving pretty okay. Like, you have warm colors, you have some cold colors to counterpart it. Some of them I will enhance. Some of them I'll mute down, but overall, I'm liking how they're starting to come together. And the build-up will also be pretty simple, like just... it'll mostly be washes and then a little build-up. I'm not trying to say much, but I think this will go quite a bit faster than previous attempts. It's good because these are... the whole team is what? 16 and 19 dudes. So it's in my interest to knock them out quickly. It is not harder to go faster. Yeah. Well, again, I'm not doing anything particularly new that I have to learn in terms of a technique. There will be no black lining just because the models don't really allow for it. I might play around a little bit, try something new with the letter build-up, but not too much. There is way too little flesh. That's usually is the gotcha. Yeah. So I think this is actually going to become a very fun project to do, and easy going. Which is a nice change of pace. Three whole songs. Three whole grindcore songs is what? 3.5 minutes? Oh, grindcore. Never change. I've always found the genre to be very silly fun, but there are actually people who listen to it seriously, and it's very strange to me. How can you seriously, like with a serious attitude, listen to a band called Infant Annihilator? Just ridiculous. Or the one I discovered through Encyclopedia Metallium, the Australian Lower Back Problems. Of course, whenever we're talking about grindcore, I always remember the old game. Yeah, somehow I like for black metal I can sort of get it. Uh, death metal as well, but grindcore is just ridiculous in its inception and what it is. Especially if you consider the subgenres like porno grind and stuff. But and yeah, every time I mention grindcore, I always remember the old Flash game, uh, Zombie Grinder. That was a load of fun. Yeah, I guess. They are mostly just pure insanity. Have you played Zombie Grinder, by the way? I've surely talked about it, but I can't remember. Nope. Oh man. I'll try to find it and link it to you. It's a side scroller where you're a fat dude with a shotgun. It's it's a flash game, so it's very simple in its inception and whatever it is. But the the selling point is that the speed of the game is based on the speed of the current song playing. And the songs of the soundtrack are basically a selection of some underground grindcore bands like sorry, Inhume and Last Days of Humanity. And as the tempo of the music changes, so does the gameplay. And so you get, it sometimes slows down to the point of like bullet time, where it's like a very slow motion and stuff. And then it picks up the beat, and as the beat picks up, so does the game speed. It's really silly. It doesn't have a really a point. It's just try to see how long you can go before dying. It should be somewhere in the internet. If I find it, I'll link it to you. Just really fun little thing. And you get to listen to some grindcore while you're at it. And here, if we go back to the painting of the models for a moment. Sorry. This is probably the weakest point. That there will be a lot of brown. And this is where a creative approach must be taken. So I will base coat them all the same way, but I will have to figure out multiple ways of treating it so that it doesn't become too overpowering and boring. And I don't want to put any other colors like blues or anything along those lines, because it will make the model way too busy. So it's all going to have to be some shade of brown. But treat it differently. And I think that my usual way to approach this, like some parts with Agrax and some parts with Harrowberg Crimson, will not be enough. There might be a need for some extra touches. But that is pretty much what I will need to get that out. I might do something in gray, but again, that's adding to colors. And it already has 3 main colors. Adding any more will just, even for a sports team, it's going to make it too busy.
And memory offers us exactly that. Retros, remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
But I'll cross that bridge when I reach it. Now it's all good.
treasures of the forgotten past. Retros.
But again, overall, I am liking all this. It is also kind of a release to paint from a mid-tone as a base. Instead of starting off from the darkest color and building up, as it gives you a little bit more flexibility.
Everyone has had too much of now. From megacities like Central to the
Yeah,
vast
it's a bit simple,
landmass.
but
No one
whatever.
wants more of it. How it used to feel is what the people want.
Not everything has to be a
Remember, he
fucking
offers
masterpiece.
us exactly that. Retros. Remembered treasures of the forgotten
Or a case study in color theory.
Retros. Remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
That will come into play later in the project. Really want to squeeze in the Johanna project. Somewhere in between the game-related stuff. But for now, cough per minute. I'm really sorry, man. It's like the voice is really dying.
Retros.
I will be better prepared for tomorrow. I'll get more. I'll brew more tea and get some more honey and lemons. And there. And since I will be streaming more often now, for a while, I should make the effort to stock up voice soothing beverages. I've also been using the air conditioner more, and it dries out the air. That doesn't help much. But it's been getting kind of cold. Especially with the kitten, I wanted to keep things as warm as possible for him. Also, a decision I made was to not post on Instagram every time I stream. I'm doing so far, simply because that way, if I keep doing that, there will be too many posts of essentially with pictures that don't really show any progress in the models. And experience showed that almost no one shows up to the streams as like following the Instagram posts. So I'll do less frequent updates, but with more noticeable progress report. That way, it will have less flack. Just clean up a little bit the content. Really minor thing, but I just think it's gonna make things a little bit better. And will make me have to take less pictures. Lazy. Okay, and I make the hat brown as well. Yeah, it's probably studded leather. Maybe at least the top. Let's do the top. The ring will be metallic. Yeah. Okay. Great, but it's not horrible either. Okay, so far so good. Time. Now we've got a full hour ahead of us. If I can find the zombie real quickly, like. That's not. Oh yeah, there it is. that's the game I was referring to. Ah, no worries. I'm sure there was a better way to get it. But anyway, that is the name and it should be embedded in some site. Flash. Meanwhile, let's look at this dude. Oh, he actually has normal booties. Alright. This one. 3 bits, just a few. Okay. Right. So let's brown it up some more. Might have to get some more texturing paint for the bases. I think I'm running out and I will need quite a bit. That's... Still a bit on. Still a bit tempted to try some freehand here and there. That's gonna be at the end anyway, so about it right now. If they look too plain at the end of the painting process, I might think about it. Now, pretty content being too tea. To work on my accuracy. My swishes are way too swashy. Not the end of the world, but I am creating more work. Before I lay down the washes to clean up all the base I'm laying down right now. So the neater I can get them begin with, the better. Either way though, if I do manage to finish off all of the brown, I might not. So I'll just leave the metallics. And I will play around with, I will entertain the idea. Like for his shoulder pads and for the throwers, chest and back armor plates, I will go for metallic build up and go with the combination of contrast medium and whatever color it is that I'm building, and be it green and yellow. Yeah, how it looks. If I don't like it, I can always make it something else. That will be kind of the experimental aspect. Of most of this project. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, I'm noticing some nasty mold lines. And up. Just how they'll have to. BrettsNobles is doing a expansion Kickstarter for both his Amazon Steam and the Norse. Not sure what prompted that. But so far the models, the renders he's released are pretty cool. They might breathe a little bit of new life into the range. So the Asgard Sons and what was the Artemis Maidens, I think, was the Amazon. Sadly, I don't think he picked the right time to do this. Exactly, that's exactly what I was getting into, that this isn't a good time to do it, since we have no idea whether or not they will be part of the next edition, the upcoming edition, whether they will have rules for them, whether they will change the whole lineup significantly. Like it's a bit out of sequence what he's doing. But then again, why not? we'll see how it goes, what they end up releasing. The first spike will be about necromantic. Really be any new teams closed before quite a while from now. And we're essentially waiting to find out if we'll have a PDF. What sort of teams of legend, how they did it the first time around, but considering that they are going with their new thing in general, I doubt that. They will probably have to wait for model by model, team by team releases through Spike magazines. Like, I think we discussed this, but with Blood Bowl 2016, they tried to make things as close to what existed as possible so that they can reintroduce the game in general. And now with this edition, they are going away from that, trying to differentiate it and update it. And so I don't think that they will go the same inclusive but updated way with a lot of the teams that seen so far. But again, this is all in the realm of speculation. Fuck the French. That's how you feel. The French party. French. What? Was that a band that was playing? Oh, differentiate. Okay, gotcha. Really? I wouldn't have expected them to have a reach all the way up there. But they are pretty adamant tourists. So to see that. Very annoying place to paint. the base, put the model on the base. Isn't the best of ideas. Oh, from that perspective. Well, that's just dumb. Thought you meant like general behavior. Yeah, if they're doing that, they're just scamming. Especially in China, where things were too delicate. Disregard and disrespect to a degree. Yeah. And I wonder why, like, they... It doesn't strike me as behavior that they would adopt. Like, if anything, you would think that they would take extra precautions instead of less. But then again, that just shows how much I know about other cultures, apparently. Arrogant snob. Yeah, that so far, yeah. Refusing to speak without accent or even another language in general, even though it is more than obvious that they do. But yeah, that these are the obvious ones that I would expect. But the masks thing is just a bit baffling. That's something that you'd expect them. But yeah, the rest is pretty much standard. I see. That last bit with the French flag was gold. However, keep in mind that the majority of these Gratefully sorry about that. The majority of these qualities are being exhibited from people hailing from Paris, and not necessarily representative of the entirety of the nation. At least it's pretty much how I've come to. I know, I know. I've heard that slang. Yeah, no, no worries. It's just that because I am a little bit biased and have actually had a little bit of exchange with them, like both professionally and personally. It's a weird ground. Like there is definitely worth to that's being said. Like it's definitely there, just not as predominant once you leave the capital. But yeah, and again, the thing with the flag, I love. Yeah, I got you. True, true, true. Yeah. I haven't been there actually. I've never visited. Yo, Schmutzly, what's up? I was actually, I mentioned you today as I noticed you took up Andy's challenge from the Andy Davos stream. Oh, that's cool. So, are you gonna try out for the Blood Bowl team? For the Blood Bowl thingamajigger? Hey, thank you very much for following. Ah, alright. I'm gonna give it a shot, as I was planning on playing some CCL anyway. Oh, dude, neither am I. Like, the competition there is gonna be murder, but it's a fun thing to try out. Did you play tabletop or Blood Bowl 2? BB2, okay. Very, very nice. Gonna wait. Yeah, that's fair. Shouldn't wait long. I think it's gonna drop in 3 weeks or so. And the majority of the rules have already been spoiled, along with most of the teams that will be available that will have rules based on the new edition details and whatnot. As a matter of fact, these are Blood Bowl Bretonians, anyway. Bretonians, of course, being one of the teams that has fallen off from Blood Bowl, and is being replaced with Human Nobility, which is fine. I can still use the same models. So, how did you find Blood Bowl? If you haven't played it before, and also if you have pictures of your custom pitch, please, oh please share it, because that's gold. I love seeing custom pitches. Yeah, okay, sorry. I just got excited. Forgive me. Also, I did on quite a few streams. I failed to see the title. Taking that into account as a possibility. Now with the new box coming out, I decided to go for it. The 2 referees. You mean the commentators? Bob and Jim. Bob Bifford and Jim Johnson. They are a selling point for real. Oh, the miniatures. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, there are a lot of fun models, especially if you look into the Goblin range. Some of them are truly hilarious. Yeah. Anyway, I'm really glad that you decided to join the ranks of the Blood Bowl players, also known as coaches. I will be, like I said, I'll be splitting my stream time for a little while, so on Mondays and Wednesdays I'll be painting this Blood Bowl team, and Tuesdays and Thursdays I'll be streaming my attempts to build a decent team for the Andy Davo competition, just for shits and giggles. Because I've been meaning to get some Blood Bowl games in anyway. And oh, let me see. It will be a fun endeavor. Oh, hell yeah. Whoa. Dude, that is nice. And it actually ties in quite a bit with the lore when you think about it, with how Blood Bowl was discovered in the alternate reality Warhammer Fantasy, because it was actually a pitch that was dug out uh, during a war, like some ruins, and that really very much reminds me of that. Yeah, it looks amazing though. Gonna be a few weeks of printing. Yeah, so you're gonna have like bleachers and whatnot for a crowd, or not, or just the dugouts. Either way, looks amazing, dude. Fans dugout, the whole deal. Nice. If you look through, you can through the internets, you can find some of the classic billboard signs like Orca-Cola and Orcidus, Zomway, and um, the other things that you can see in the video game, and not only. Just the classic, um, the classic puns on billboards. That'll add some definite sprinkle of spice. Print out the stuff like fans. Yeah, that's great. Oh. Have you joined, like, there is a very nice Facebook group called Blood Bowl Community. It's pretty much the biggest one, and they constantly share custom pitches and painted teams, also rules discussions and whatnot. But it's very friendly, and it's a great source for information and references if you need it. Let me check it and link. If you're getting into it, and they also share some document. Found it. Oh, all right. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty much the biggest one there is about it. So it is over friendly. Yeah, sometimes. Either way, it's a good place to get some resources, ask questions, and all the good stuff. Oh, important question. What team did you play for your first game? Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, no worries. Just again, it's a good source of good reference materials and a nice, as close to a forum as possible. Went with the humans. Yeah, humans good. I mean, no, but yeah. I really love humans, but I can't play them to save my life. Yeah, they're a good choice to get to grips with things, but they are very difficult to actually get some juice out of. But I'm gonna make them work. Somehow. Someday. Oh, nice. I'm gonna do the other way around. I have some 40k bits and some Cromlech 40k bits for conversions, and I'm gonna chop up the GW Orc team, and I'm gonna cyborg them up for Blood Bowl at some point. I'm gonna use some power claws from Killicans and Death Dread and all that, so should be fun. Should be a lot of work, but at some point we're gonna get to that. And yeah, they now have a second green skin team that will be released with a 2020 starter box, the Black Orcs. Which is gonna be 6 Black Orcs, a Troll, and Goblins. Okay. I'm pretty sure most of what's already been released, Gobbos are greenskins. Yeah, no. And I think Snotlings as well, yeah. You beat me to it. Either way, there is a huge variety in teams and also model manufacturers. So if you're just you're just getting into it, the tabletop side of things, because Games Workshop cut support for the tabletop somewhere in the start of the millennium. There is at least 24 manufacturers, third-party manufacturers that make Blood Bowl teams, and a lot of them are arguably better than the GW ones. Like, let's do a little bit of show and tell. Like, just to give you an idea of stuff and things. Naturally, you have Grebo Games. My locals. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. Then, yeah. But yeah, if you were looking to branch out into different types of teams, just let me or anyone else know. We will flood you with ideas for models and builds. For instance, these Bretonnians are from Grebo. And they're pretty old. Sure thing. And that is not to say that GW stuff is bad. Keep in mind that the old models that were released almost immediately after the 2016 release are monopose. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the human nobility should be something along their line. Again, the other team from the starter box. That should be fine. And so humans, orcs, and Skaven and dwarves are monopose. So if you like to have a little bit more diversity between the models, you might have to do some converting. Oh, that's a nice chaos spawn. If I'm not mistaken, that's a Kingdom Death model. Or at least parts of it. I think that's a bit from one of the latest models. But that is beautifully disgusting, definitely. Wait. But yeah, Blood Bowl is very much a endless bit of excitement, anxiety, and despair. And also fun, somehow. I don't know. I personally love the game. Agent Orange as well. We are both in our local league, and we've been together to the Euro Bowl in 2018 and the World Cup that was hosted by the NAF in 2019. So you could say that we are fans of the game. So seriously, anything you would like to share or ask on the topic, please go ahead. You will only fuel our fandom. Base carry. Oh. There. Let's paintings and shit. Or if you'd like to, I can do a quick short intel, show intel on the teams I already have built and painted. Like if that's anything you would like to see, I'm moving that. Oh yeah. Oh, these are glorious. I love them. So nice. And they fit very well with guns, when you think about it. Yeah, the human part of the starter box may be a little bit over detailed. Like there are a bit too many feathers and stuff that I would probably cut off. Yeah, the green is very nice. Like it's vibrant and yet the shadows are nice and muted, and it really feeds that contrast nicely. And yeah, they definitely look like the boys. Very nice. Very cool. I've seen some human teams being converted for Necromunda as well. They work pretty well for not Vansar, but Venators and yeah, old humans don't. That's right. It's just that you mentioned the ones from the new starter box. Yeah, the spikes are a bit excessive on the old humans. And they don't really make much sense, I gotta agree. I trimmed some of mine off, but I'm gonna go back to them and I'm gonna trim them further and do some more modifications to the conversions I already did. And also crank up the paint job a little. Because I saw some room for improvement. At some point, I'm gonna make a revisited series where I'll take my the old teams and give them a fresh lick of paint. Try to do it without stripping, but somewhere it might be required, but we'll see. I personally converted my humans with Space Wolf bits from 40k. Like head swaps, a few shoulder pads, and power fists here and there. That might require a little bit of touching up. Also, I had to convert some torsos and legs from actual Space Marines because the team doesn't the team in the box doesn't come with the necessary number of positionals. You can field it properly, and I dug into whatever I had spare and mangled some stuff together. And that's the really cool thing. Another cool thing about Blood Bowl, especially tabletop wise, can very much convert to your heart's content. There are very little constraints. I think I might have scared Schmutzley off. Maybe that was maybe a bit overzealous. Happens. Alright, so I won't be able to finish with the brown. We're almost out of time. Still, I think we have made very decent. Especially by my standards. Very glad. Hello. How's it going? Very well, thank you. You're catching us pretty close to the end of the stream. How you do? The Grebo ones. Trying to make a human nobility slash Bretonians team. Nice, they are very good models. I remember I backed. Yep, let me guess, a couple of throwers and an ogre. Exactly. Yep. Same here. Same here. Um, only problem is that the flings and catchers. Okay. Oh yeah, show you. Yeah, if you wanna use them as normal human. The only problem is that when I backed the Kickstarter for the Florence Knights back in the day, I got them in resin, and they only sell the add-ons in metal. So the team will have some resin and some metal models, but that's no biggie. Might be a bit weird when you move them around because you'll have a different feel for the weight, but that's a small problem. Yep. You're gonna place the shields? I'm gonna skip that. I might use the shields for something else, like maybe basing or some other project in general. Yeah, they are pretty simple. The blockers without the shields. I don't know, it's just personal preference on this topic, really. This is pretty much why they do come with the option of either using them or not. Yeah, especially if you are into freehand, like you can paint some beautiful crests on them. They really lend themselves to that. Me, on the other hand, I'm not that big into freehanding. Okay, was good. Borders in main colors. Middle ring area has the player number. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, it is textured to be wooden for the for the middle part anyway, so that's good. But yeah, actually, the adding the player numbers to the model is a very nice touch. I used to do it for the humans team that I had, the GW humans. But from then on, it just seemed to be easier to not. But the Bretts do lend themselves to that. It'd be a good idea. Yeah, the Knights really don't have a lot of space. Maybe on the cloak on the back, or the shoulder blade. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit small though. And you might have to, if you want to do the shoulder pads, they all have the insignias, so you might have to shave it off if you don't want to keep the Florence Knight crest. But yeah, that's definitely food for thought. Not a bad idea. Or a smaller number. Yeah, absolutely. Like the the GW models, most of them have spaces for the. Yeah, that's usually what I do. I color code them with the nav coloring scheme for the positionals, so that I know what is what, and so that my opponent knows what's what. And then I paint a little black square and put a decal in there, a decal with the number on the front and on the back. But having the number on the model as well just brings that much little bit of authenticity. Like, it enhances the effect, so it's definitely cool. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. What color scheme are you going for? Do you have any pictures? Anything, any works in progress? Like, these are, this is a link-friendly chat, so feel free to post. Black and purple, so close to the box art, because I think the box art was white and purple. Okay, like the Brett Discord from Rebel, you mean? Okay, I'm not sure if I'm in that one. I'm in the humans and Amazon and human. I said human twice. Norse. Not sure if I joined the Brits. Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah, I joined just a bunch of servers when when they instituted the separate team dedicated servers, and I kind of lost track of what's what. Also, I haven't played in Rebel in like 2 seasons, which is a shame. I really enjoyed the Rebel League, but just the scheduling of the games made it pretty hard for me. And again, it's a shame because I also really enjoyed the one-day tournaments like the Cripple Cup and well, that's the only one I actually really participated in, but Chaos Cup had a very nice concept as well, so they have a lot of cool stuff. But you do have to be oh, okay, let me check. Oh, no worries. Check. Um. 7 Amazon. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Bretonian propaganda. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. How dare you say this is simple? How dare you? This looks brilliant. I really love how you built up the purple. Shit. Very nice. Yeah, and you went all crisscross on the patterns, whereas I just decided to go plain vertical. Oh, but yeah, definitely they look great. So nice. It looks really good, man. Especially that purple. Whoa. It's almost like it's a reflective surface, like essentially a simple form of non-metallic metal. Looks real good. And that is going to stand out brilliantly on the tabletop. How are you gonna varnish them though? Like what top coat? Yeah, that's always the problem, isn't it? Getting all of them done. And when you satin and matte mix. Yeah. Yeah, because there is a lot of cloth on them, and gloss or satin might not sit well. Because there is very little in ways of like flat metallic surfaces. Definitely cool stuff though. Agent Orange, did you see when uh the pics I showed off right just now? Or were you not around? Indeed, yeah, that's a point I made that I need to figure out. Oh, let me show you again. This is Saima's take on the Bretonians. But yeah, I did make a point that it turns out they just have too much brown on them. And I'm gonna have to try... Okay. Try and treat the browns differently to get them to look individual. Like, look at this, dude. Yeah, metal coating there. Although there is a fairly small amount of trim to go around. Yeah, the cheaper metals for the peasants, right? Look at this nice purple, dude. Absolutely, they are. Still in some gold. Yeah, that sounds good, dude. Like, differentiating the value of the metal. Pretty cool idea, actually. I might steal that one, because I'm still not at the metallic stage. So, be warned. Kind of like the Blood Bowl 2 variant, where the peasants, even their shoulder plates are made of wood, not even metallic, to further emphasize the class differences. So let's just finish this one off, and I'll probably call it for tonight. Been a while. How much do we... Almost 5 hours, holy shit. Time flies when you're having fun. I will be playing some CCL tomorrow. Probably gonna stream it as well. Well, definitely gonna stream it as well. Gonna try and build a couple teams for Andy Davo's competition in CCL. I'm not a good coach, but it might be fun to watch. Don't like it. Differently colored trousers, yeah. I just went for a generic man in tights look, so just Xanri dust and probably a simple build-up later on. But that is definitely... Really? That's interesting. I haven't looked at building a starting roster for nobility, but considering they have more positionals than Bretonians, it's weird that they would need more. Like, depends on how much you can fit into a 1,000 build, a million build. One blitzer, 6 linemen. Yeah, I see. Get second blitzer and over later. And no thrower? Don't like the guy. Alrighty. Yeah, I really haven't looked into it. I'm just gonna try and build him, like, paint him up and sort him out when the edition actually comes out, which is gonna be very soon enough. Good thing about it, at least, is that all peasants are a little bit different. So you don't run the risk of getting too bored with painting the peasants. Maybe a little frustrated, but at least it'll be a different model. Different looking with a different feel. Like you get the stout one and the one with holding his hat. Like they have some variety in the poses and just the designs of the models as well. So you're saving yourself a little bit of burnout. Oh hell yeah. Although the later kits that GW released, like I think ogres and lizardmen and so on, they have a lot of extra bits to get your models to look different, but the pose does remain the same. But there are little bits and pieces that you can add to customize. The bobs are pretty cool, yeah. Nobles, I would probably trim the feathers a little bit here and there. Because A, they will be a transportation nightmare. And B, I like the sculpts, but the feathers are just a bit much. But the black orcs look great. I totally agree. Yeah, that's true. Like some of the models you just feel an itch to get and paint, and some of them you just miss. And I think a part of it is the way that they get their studio paint jobs. This counts double for anything Forge World related. Yeah, the box bundling, that is very team dependent, but yeah, sometimes they've just massacred everything. Yeah. I just today received Old World Alliance, and I think they are probably the best bang for buck out there. Because you get 15 models in the same kit. You get more than enough to fill all of the positionals except the big guys. And you get some spare models to use for different teams. Like you get 3 halflings. So I will definitely use one of the halflings for my human team. And I will have some spare dwarves from the same pack. But like orcs are useless out of the box. Humans are pretty underspec'd out of the box. I think elves were kind of okay. Yeah, actually, you're right. But they do only have 2 positionals, so it's pretty hard. Okay. So it's pretty hard to get that wrong. The sculpts, I don't know, the orcs are kind of fine. The humans did need a little bit of trimming though. Oh, that's impossible, yeah. Especially if your opponent hasn't seen that team before, and you would tell him, yeah, the guy with the bigger bit on the head is the Blitzer. They are very much alike. So I did end up converting the humans heavily with head swaps, power fists, and all that. And the orcs I am about to convert at some point. I've gathered up quite a bit, quite a few bits, and I will definitely be chopping them up to make them a bit more different. But yeah, I feel you exactly. And we just, with Agent Orange, we commented on the excessive spiky bits on the human team that make literally no sense. Like, they don't even have access to claw, so why the hell would they have spikes essentially as big as their forearms on a lineman? Yeah, but yeah, like, I'm gonna make sure I make my orcs very distinct. Sorry. Okay. So either way, I'm sorry. Huh? The Grebo stuff. Yeah, that is handy. It is handy. It's helpful, indeed. Especially when you take into consideration um, the uh, the Dark Elves and their builds on the GW side of things. So yeah, GW sprue hell. Yeah, I'm actually gonna be calling it for tonight because it's already been a 5 hour long stream. I usually stream about 3 hours or so. So it'll be mostly that from my side of the things, but I do thank you very much for coming along and us having this chat. I'll be painting again on Wednesday if you would like to come around, and Tuesday and Thursday I'll be streaming some Blood Bowl Z's. Alright, again, thanks very much, and thank you for the follow, and for coming along, and for the chat. And see you next time, and until then, keep doing what you love, and loving what you do. I've been Bacho Colio, signing out. Bye-bye, guys. Have a lovely rest of you.